Hello friends and namaskar. What really happened in 1857? Was it a Sepoy mutiny or the first spark of revolution that would change history forever? In this deep dive, we explore the explosive events of 1857 uprising and how India shook the British crown to its core. Let's go. History is rarely a straight line. Often it is defined by a single explosive moment, a spark that catches fire and consumes the status quo. For the British Empire, that moment arrived in 1857. To some, it was a Sepoy mutiny. To others, it was the first war of independence. But regardless of the label, one thing is certain. In 1857, the heartbeat of the British Empire was stuttered. Today, we are diving into the dramatic, bloody, and world changing event of 1857 uprising. How did a collection of disgruntled soldiers and local rulers manage to shake the most powerful empire on earth? Let's find out. To understand the explosion, we have to look at the pressure cooker that was India under the East India Company. By the mid 19th century, the British were no longer just traders, they were masters. They controlled the vast land through a mixture of treaties and outright annexation, and the doctrine of lapse, a policy that allowed the British to seize any princely state where the ruler died without a direct male heir. But it wasn't just the king and the queens who were angry. The common people were suffering under heavy taxation, and the soldiers, the sepoys, felt their dignity being systematically eroded. The British were dismissive of the local customs, and rumors began to circulate that the company was planning to forcefully convert the population to Christianity. The stage was set. All that was needed was a matchstick. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. That match arrived in the form of a rifle, the pattern 1853 Enfield. The new cartridge for this rifle was rumored to be greased with a mixture of cow and pig fat. Think about the implications. For Hindus soldiers, the cow is sacred. For Muslim soldiers, the pig is forbidden. To use these cartridges, a soldier had to bite off the end of the paper casing, effectively forcing them to consume materials that violate their most sacred religious beliefs. In January 1857, the outrage began to boil over. It wasn't just about religion, it was manifestation of the deep-seated humiliation. In March, a young soldier named Mangal Pandey refused to use the cartridge and attacked his British officer. His execution turned him into a martyr, and within a week, the spark in one garrison became a wildfire across North India. The rebellion officially ignited in Meerut on May 10, 1857. Soldiers marched on Delhi, the former seat of Mughal Empire, and declared the aging Emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar as their leader. The uprising was not a single coordinated military campaign, it was a massive decentralized eruption. In cities like Lucknow, Kanpur, and Jhansi, the rebellion took different forms. In Jhansi, the Rani Lakshmi Bai became an icon of defiance, leading her troops against the British with unmatched courage. For the British, the situation was dire. They were quite spread thinly, caught off guard, and for a few months they were genuinely terrified that they would be driven out of the subcontinent entirely. The invincible British administration was scrambling for its dear life. The British reaction was swift and brutal. They poured reinforcement into India and launched a series of counter-offensives that were as ruthless as the rebellion had been chaotic. The siege, massacre, and the betrayal defined the final stages of the conflict. By 1858, the rebellion was effectively crushed. But the victory came at a massive cost. The British realized they could no longer govern India through a private company. The East India Company was dissolved and control was transferred directly to the British Crown. The British Raj had begun and the political landscape of India was permanently altered. So, did this uprising fail? If you look at the immediate military outcome, yes, definitely. The British remained in control for another 90 years. But if you look at the soul of the nation, it was the greatest victory imaginable. 1857 was the moment Indian across different regions, religions, and social classes realized they could challenge the imperial giants. It planted the seed of nationalism that would eventually lead the way to freedom movement of the 20th century, which is the largest freedom movement. Finally, we got the independence in 1947. When we look back at the event of 1857, we aren't just looking at a battle. We are looking at the moment India stood up, shook the chains of colonial rule, and began the long journey towards reclaiming its destiny. So, friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think 1857 was inevitable? Let me know, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Is India finally ready to break its dependence on the expensive energy import? In order to answer this very profound question, we will actually discuss about a massive move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Union Cabinet has officially greenlit a huge project which is worth 37,500 crore, and this project includes coal gasification scheme. This ambitious project aims to transform India's vast coal reserves into cleaner synthetic gas, chemicals, and fuels, potentially saving the economy billions in import bills. Let us discuss this further. India is at the crossroads. We are one of the world's fastest growing economies, but there has been a massive hole in our pocket. Every year we spend billions, literally trillions of rupees to import energy. We were talking about LNG, urea, methanol, etc. But what if I told you that the solution isn't coming from overseas? It's already here, buried right under our feet. On May 13th, 2026, Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi dropped a bombshell, a 37,500 crore incentive scheme for coal gasification. This isn't just a subsidy, it's a high stake bet to turn our black gold into clean usable gas. Is this the masterstroke that finally end our reliance on foreign fuels? Or is it a $1 billion gamble on a controversial technology? Today we are going to break down the 37,500 crore deal, which is about coal gasification. All right. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue. Let's look at the numbers. India holds one of the world's largest coal reserves, roughly 401 billion tons. Yet, we are the world's biggest importers of energy. We import over 50% of our liquefied natural gas. We import nearly 90% of methanol and ammonia. We are 100% dependent on import for that today. This makes us vulnerable. When global prices spikes because of a war in the Middle East or supply chain issue in Europe, India pays the price at the petrol pump and at the grocery stores. The government message is very clear. We have the coal. Why are we buying the gas? To understand the bet, you have to understand the tech. The coal gasification is not burning coal, it is traditional power plant. You burn coal to create heat. In gasification, you heat coal in a controlled low oxygen environment with steam. Instead of smoke, this chemical reaction creates something called syngas, which is short of synthetic gas, a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Why is syngas better? Because it is versatile. You can turn it into electricity. You can, also chemicals like methanol and ammonia for fertilizers. Synthetic natural gas, can replace LNG. Hydrogen for the future of clean transport. So, what does this new scheme actually do? The government is putting its money where its mouth is. This 37,500 crore fund is designed to de-risk these massive projects. And here is a deal. The government will provide financial incentive to up to 20% of the cost of the plant and machinery. It is capped at 5,000 crore for a single project to ensure no one company hawks the whole fund. And what is the goal here? To gasify 100 million tons of coal by 2030. The government expects this scheme to trigger a massive rupees 2.5 to rupees 3 lakh crore in total investment from the private and public sector. Companies like Coal India, BHEL and GAIL are already lining up. This isn't just about energy, it's about food security and forex saving. Think about urea. India's agriculture depends on the urea. Urea requires ammonia, which we currently import. By making ammonia from domestic coal, we insulate our farmers from the global price shocks and the forex factor. In 2025 alone, our import bill for these products was a staggering 2.77 lakh crores. If you can cut even a quarter of that, it is a massive win for the Indian rupee. Plus, this scheme is technology agnostic, meaning it encourages indigenous Indian technology, reducing our reliance on foreign contractors. Now, let's address the elephant in the room: the environment. Is coal, ever truly clean? Technically, coal gasification is cleaner than burning coal. It allows for easier capture of CO2 and removes pollutant like sulfur before the gas is used. However, it is still a fossil fuel. Critics argue that the overall carbon footprint is still significant unless we add carbon capture and storage (CCS) technology. But for India, this is a bridge technology. It's like for some temporary measures. We can switch to 100% solar overnight without risking blackouts. Gasification allows us to use our existing coal more efficiently while we build our renewable grid. The 37,500 crore is a massive bet. If it works, India could save billions, create thousands of jobs, and finally stop being at the mercy of the global oil and gas market. The target is 2030, 100 million tons. One giant leap for Indian energy, and therefore, friends, this is very, very significant. And I like to know what you think. Is coal gasification right? A bridge to a cleaner future, or should we have put this 37,000 crore directly into solar and wind? Do let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if you found this helpful, and subscribe for more deep dives into Indian economy, India's future. And friends, if you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to send your questions as well. I will see you in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and Namaskaram. Oil India Limited has officially reported that there is a presence of natural gas in the Andaman offshore basin, a major milestone in the India's quest for energy security. Therefore, in this video, we break down what this discovery means for India's energy future, the significance of the Samudra Manthan mission, and whether the Andaman region could become a game changer for the domestic fuel production. Let's go. Hello everyone, I am CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. Today we are looking at the recent development that could fundamentally reshape India's energy landscape. For years, the geologists have pointed towards the Andaman Basin as a hidden treasure chest. Well, the wait might be over. State-run Oil India Limited has just reported a significant natural gas discovery in the Andaman offshore region. This isn't just a minor finding, it's being hailed as the ocean of energy opportunity. Today we are going to look at the Sri Vijayapuram 3 well. It's a well basically deep in the ocean near the Andamans, and why this matters for your energy bill and how this fits into India's broader Samudra Manthan mission. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's get into the technicals. Oil India drilled the Sri Vijayapuram 3, an exploratory well about 15 kilometers off the east coast of Andaman Islands. At a water depth of 355 meters, they reached the Econ formation at over 1900 meters deep. What is the result? The result is continuous gas flaring during the initial production testing. This is the smoking gun of the oil and gas world. It confirms that the reservoir isn't just a theory, it's an active working petroleum system. Remarkably, this is is the second positive find of just 3 exploratory well drilled at the specific campaign. The odds are looking better than ever. So the big question is, why now? This discovery is a direct outcome of the Samudra Manthan mission, the National Deep Water Exploration Mission announced by Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi on the Independence Day in 2025. The goal is very clear: to move beyond shallow water and unlock the true hydrocarbon potential of India, which is deep water offshore basins. Oil India isn't going at this alone. They are building a strategy to coordinate with global deep water heavyweights. Think of names like Petrobras, Total Energies, BP, Shell, and ExxonMobil. This is about to bring the world-class technology to our own backyard, and this is our own Guyana movement. You might remember how massive offshore discovery transformed Guyana's economy. While we aren't there yet, the comparison is being made for a reason. Strategically, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are sitting right next to the Strait of Malacca, one of the world's most critical maritime trade and energy corridors. Beyond just finding gas, establishing a thriving energy industry here strengthened India's economy and strategic presence in the eastern Indian Ocean. It's about energy resilience, in a world where supply chains are becoming increasingly volatile. Now, a reality check for our viewers. We are in the discovery phase, not in the production phase. Oil India is currently collecting samples to assess composition, calorific values, and isotopic signatures to understand exactly how this gas was formed. The next steps involve extensive appraisal drilling to determine if there are reserves and the reserves hold enough material so that drilling is commercially viable. It is a long road, but with the consecutive discoveries, the confidence in this basin is growing by the day. India import about 85% of its crude oil as well as the gas. The massive chunk of the natural gas also comes from the oil producing nations, which is OPEC countries. Every bit of domestic production helps protecting us from the global price shock. It's a great news. So friends, if you are enthusiastic about knowing more, please drop a comment and I will catch you again in the next one.
A new eye is about to open upon the universe. An eye so wide it will sweep the heavens like no telescope before. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is not just about any other machine. It is a cartographer of the cosmos poised to chart 1 lakh unseen world and the rogue wanderers that drift starless through the dark. With mirror that rivals Hubble and the field of view 100 times greater, Roman will transform the night sky into a living atlas. Each planet a pin of possibility, each rogue world a story untold. This is not merely a science, it is exploration on the scale that redefines imagination. Romans gaze still stitch together galaxies, measure the invisible hand of dark energies, and reveal that universe is not a sparse but teeming, restless, alive. And its sweep, humanity will find not only few planets, but new questions, new frontiers, and perhaps new homes. So let's find out more. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is poised to become one of the NASA's most ambitious instruments, a cenital designed to widen humanity's cosmic horizon. Unlike telescopes that focus narrowly on a distinct galaxies or nearby stars, Roman's mission is panoramic and to sweep the sky with unprecedented breadth and cataloging world that drift untethered planets and orbit sun far beyond our reach. This is a wide view which allows astronomers to detect up to 1 lakh new planets, a staggering expansion of known cosmic sensors. Among these will be rogue world, planets that wander the galaxies without a parent star, drifting like celestial nomads through the dark. Each discovery will not only add to the tally of the world but also deepens the mystery of planetary formation, migration, and survival in the vastness of space. Roma's design is marriage of precision and scale. Equipped with a 2.4-meter mirror comparable to Hubble's but paired with the advanced detector. It can capture image covering areas of sky 100 times larger than Hubble's field of view. This means the entire star field, galactical cluster, and planetary nurseries will be revealed in a detail and offering astronomers a tapestry of cosmic evolution. Beyond planet, Roman will probe the dark energies that accelerate the universe expansion, map our understanding of cosmic history, Yet its planetary catalogue may prove the most transformative. A reminder that the universe is not sparse but teeming with the world, each potential stage of chemistry, climate, and perhaps even life. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. In essence, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope is not just a machine, it is a promise that night sky hold far more than we have yet imagined, and that with each sweep of its gaze, humanity will step closer to answering the timeless question. What is that? Are we alone? Or are we one among countless travelers in universe of the world? So Roman is more than a machine, it is a storyteller of cosmos. Each discovery will be verse in the grand narratives of creation, migration, and survival, that again reminding us that the universe is not a silent void but a living expanse teeming with the with world. So its mission is both scientific and poetic. To measure the invisible force of dark energy, to map galaxies like constellations of history, and to show us that the night sky is richer than our imagination dares. As Roman prepare to open its gaze, it carries with it the hope that somewhere among these countless worlds lies the answer of our most enduring question. So, in a sweep of Roman's vision, the universe will no longer be a distant mystery, but a vast, untold atlas of world. Each one a reminder that the cosmos is alive, infinite, and waiting to be known. So, we have come to the end of this live streaming on this interesting topic. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside-out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it, that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are, looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside-out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self enlightenment is what we now call high level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. All right. Number two, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number three is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So, don't just lead a company, lead yourself first, be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yield zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were ground-breaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns, and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity. a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So, as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So, closing this story on Brahmagupta, but Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. In the high-stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज मंगलवार है, ट्यूसडे, तो आपको सबको पता है कि ट्यूसडे का जो दिन होता है वो हनुमान जी के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान जी की पूजा करके। तो आज हनुमान जी की पूजा से अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि हम जो हनुमान जी की पूजा है वो हम हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ के करेंगे। ठीक है जी। तो चलिए आप हमारे साथ पढ़िए और हर मंगलवार को आप भी अपना दिन शुरू करें तो पहले हनुमान जी की पूजा स्तुति करके करें। तो ठीक है जी, हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ शुरू कर रहे हैं। तो आप हाथ जोड़ के हमारे साथ भी इसका पाठ करें। ठीक है। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निजमन मुकुर सुधार वर्णव रघुवर बिमल जसु जो दायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जान के सुमरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे हरेव कलेस विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहो लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करवे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरी लंग जरावा भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे कवि कोविद कह सके कहाँ थे तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानू प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनोग्रह तुम्हरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन ते सम्हारो आपे तीनों लोक हाँकते कापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपद निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके का सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए चारों जोग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्धि जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवाले असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे असिधि नौ निधि के दाता असवर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुमरे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमरे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित न धरही हनुमत से ही सब सुख करही संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाय जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई छूटे ही बंदी महासुख होई जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरन मंगल मूरत रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुर भूप। जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों आज हमारी भगवान की पूजा स्तुति समाप्त हुई। हमने हनुमान जी की हनुमान चालीसा को आज का पाठ किया। तो आप भी हर मंगलवार को इसका पाठ करके अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो हम अपना दिन चालू करते हैं, मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार। Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So, in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem: the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine and that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation, the base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations, which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. This survival isn't just hardware, it is a strategy. Operational planning is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 earth days. Now, what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sun set for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where you're most welcome. In the high stake world of modern business, leadership isn't just about the strategy. It's actually more about the emotional endurance. Are you finding it difficult to remain objective when the market volatility, investor pressure, and the team conflict collides? Today, we will learn how to cultivate the detached decision making, a mindset that allows you to be unperturbed by the material desire or the joy and sorrow of business outcome, enabling you to lead with radical clarity and focus. Let's go and continue our discussion further. Friends, if you are a CEO, you have reached the right place. Your daily life is defined by high stake decisions. The Q3 reports, the sudden market crash, the acquisition that fell through, or the brilliant win that doubled your stock price overnight. We are taught that leadership is all about caring deeply, and definitely it is, but often that depth of care becomes a trap. It becomes an emotional volatility when you are deeply attached to the outcome, when your ego is tied to the win or your fear is tied to the losses, you lose the ability to see the board clearly. You become reactive. Today, we are going to look at this 5,000-year-old framework for the modern boardroom. We are discussing the art of detached decision making based on chapter 2, verse 57 of Bhagavad Gita. This isn't about being indifferent, it's about becoming unshakable. And the verse read and the quote starts: One is of a steady wisdom who is unperturbed by the material desires and unaffected by joy and sorrow. And the quote close. Now let's translate this for the modern executive. Unperturbed by material desire doesn't mean you stop wanting growth for your company. It means you stop being addicted to the outcome. The unaffected by joy and sorrow doesn't mean you don't feel the success or failure. It means you don't let the temporary high of a win or the temporary low of a crisis dictate your identity or your strategy. Most CEOs are reactive. When the market goes up, they get reckless. When it goes down, they panic. Both are failures of the steady wisdom. And the CEO operates from a center of gravity that is unmovable. They are the eye of the hurricane. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let us continue with our discussion. So, why does this matter for your P&L? Because of the cognitive bias. When you are emotionally attached to a project, perhaps an expensive venture you have launched, you become blind to the data that says it's failing. You continue to pour resources into it because your ego is tied to it. You are perturbed by the material desire. When you practice detached decision making, you decouple your personal value from the business results. What are the benefits? Agility. What is the second benefit? Intellectual honesty. So, if you don't fear the loss of your reputation, you can make hard calls to pivot or cut losses earlier. If you aren't high on the adrenaline of a temporary win, you can plan for a long term sustainability of the company. Detachment is the ultimate competitive advantage because it preserves your mental capital. So, how do we apply this in our high pressure corporate environment? And here are three steps to becoming an unshakable leader. Step number one is outcome versus output audit. Every morning, ask yourself, am I focused on the effort or the result? You can control the quality of your strategy, your team, your execution. You cannot control the market or the competitor's reaction. Focus 100% of your energy on the input. Let the result be what they will be. This shift your anxiety to becoming an agency. Step number 2, the observer technique. In your next board meeting, when the tensions rises, try to step back. Imagine you are watching yourself from the ceiling. See the scene. Don't be in the argument. Watch the argument. This simple mental trick lowers your cholesterol and allows you to respond with strategy rather than react with emotion. Step number 3, postmortem debriefs. After every major project, win or losses, perform an objective analysis. Treat a massive victory with the same cold analytical curiosity that you treat a failure. Ask yourself, what does the data tell you? Remove the adjectives, things like amazing or terrible. Just analyze the variables. This prevents the ego from inflating after a win and protecting you from paralysis after a failure. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. If I am detached, won't I lose my drive? If I don't care, won't my team see me as cold? Well, this is the greatest misunderstanding of Bhagavad Gita. Detachment is not apathy; it is the focused intensity. Think about the best surgeon or the best fighter pilot. They are not unfeeling that they are hype focused. When the crisis hits, they don't waste energy on, oh no, this is terrible. They channel all that energy into immediate problem solving, and that is what we are aiming for. You aren't less passionate, you are more precise. The modern CEO is constantly bombarded with signals of success and signals of failure. If you let them dictate your inner state, you will burn out. The art of detached decision making is your anchor. When you can lead without being shaken by the market's joys and sorrows, you aren't just a manager, you are a steady force. That is the quality that your team, your investors, and your company needs now more than ever. So, friends, I'm CK. This was the art of detached decision making. If this resonated with you, subscribe for more leadership insights rooted in the timeless wisdom. Lead with clarity, not emotions. And, friends, I will see you in the next one very soon. Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further. For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the technosignature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was, if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker: these signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this: we have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing signal fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone anymore? The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, It is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है। और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए, और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई, और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज को बंद किया, इधर उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया, करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियोपॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये दो देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में, और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है, और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है। तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी। और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे। जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है ये परमानेंट है, या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है? तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज़ को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है नेबरहुड के अंदर, जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहाँ पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहाँ तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई, प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास। ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इजराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा आगे, क्या होगा, दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब खत्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मूज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा और सब कुछ खत्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब खत्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा। इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा। और उनके अंदर 1-1.5 साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से, सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे? क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे? क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं। और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक जो एसेट्स थे पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे, वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 डेज, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है ये लास्टिंग पीस है, या एक कंट्रोल्ड, एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है जिससे कि कि आप कुछ दें, कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप, गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है। कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूँ जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद।
Two dawns break across the alien sky, one blazing, one gentle, casting twin shadows that stretch into the unknown. What once lived only in the imagination of storytellers has now stepped into the telescope lens. 27 planet candidates orbiting not one but two suns. And these worlds, simmering like echoes of Star Wars Tatooine, are no longer fiction but cosmic invitation. They whisper of future double horizon, and where every sunrise is a duet and every settlement a testament to our courage to thrive in the extraordinary. So let's find out more about this. Imagine standing on alien soil, the horizon painted not by one dawn but two. The first sun rises in a blaze of gold, and the second follows in a softer hue, casting shadow that dance in pair. And this is not the realm of myth or cinema. It is a reality hinted by astronomers who have uncovered 27 planet candidates orbiting binary stars. World of Twin Sun echoing the dreamscape of Star Wars Tatooine now stepped into the realm of science. For humanity, these discoveries are more than curiosities. They are invitation. Each planet circling two suns represent a lab of survival, a crucible where the light, gravity, and the climate conspire in an unfamiliar way. The future of human settlement may well depend on our ability to adapt to such extreme. Binary system challenge our engineering, our biology, and our imagination. How do we build the home where the daylight never truly ends, or where the nights are fractured by competing lunar rhythms? How do the crop grow under two suns and their photosynthesis tuned in a spectrum broader than Earth? So these are the questions that are obstacle, and if you feel they're obstacle, that is up to you. But for scientists and somebody who is inclined to new discoveries, these questions are not obstacles, but they are seed of innovation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine our channel. So moving forward, the dual suns offer paradoxical gift. On one hand, these gravitational tug of war can destabilize orbits, making climate volatile. On the other hand, their combined energy could sustain habitable zone wider than those around solitary stars. A planet warmed by two suns might host desert of dazzling brilliance, ocean simmering under perpetual twilights, or forests that evolve pigment unknown to Earth. For settlers, survival would mean harnessing these abundance. Solar array tuned to twin frequencies, agriculture adapted to relentless light, and architecture designed to shield the channel heat. So, but beyond the survival lies culture. Imagine the myth born under binary skies. Children raised to see two dawns as a symbol of resilience. Poet describing love as a dance of twin flames. And scientists charting calendar by rhythm of dual eclipse. So, human settlement is not only about biology, it is about meaning. And these words promises meaning in abundance. The discovery of 27 such candidates is a reminder that our galaxy is not uniform. It is diverse, it is unpredictable and generous. Each binary system is a stage where the humanity might rehearse its next act. Colonies under twin suns could become outposts of resilience, teaching us to thrive in the condition once thought to be impossible. They could serve as a way station for a deeper journey, stepping stones and towards galactical citizenship. The future of the settlement among the twin suns is not guaranteed. It is earned. So, it actually will demand technologies that tame chaos, philosophies that embrace duality, and courage that sees opportunities in strangeness. So, yet the history shows that humanity thrives when they're challenged, and from desert to poles, from oceans to orbit, we have always actually turned the unfamiliar into the home. So, and as the telescope unveil these twin sun world, humanity stands at the threshold of possibilities. The double dawn are not just a spectacle of light. They are symbol of resilience, of future where we learn to thrive in the extraordinary. Each of these 27 planets is a reminder that the universe is vast, generous, and waiting. To settle beneath two sun is to embrace duality, to craft a new myth, and to prove that our spirit is as boundless as the sky we seek. The twin horizon rise, and with them the promise of civilization, unafraid to call the impossible as home. So we have come to the end of this information, this video. Look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the hollowed halls of Vedic debates, where sages wrestle with the mysteries of existence, one voice arose with fearless clarity, a woman's voice. Gargi, Vachak Navi, and Brahmavadini of Upanishads did not merely join the discourse. She challenged it, questioning the very fabric of reality and daring to ask what lies beyond space, beyond time, and beyond known. She established gender equality. For her, the presence in the Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men, but accessible to all seekers. Her courage was not conquest of land, but conquest of thoughts. A victory that will still reverberates in 2026, reminding us that the pursuit of truth is not the greatest empire of all. So let's find out more about this. Gagi Vachak Navi, the fearless philosopher of the Vedic age, stands as one of the earliest recorded women intellectual in history. Her presence in the Brahmavadic Upanishad and is definitely monumental. She remembered as for engaging in profound debates with Yajna Valkya, one of the greatest sage of her time. Gagi's achievement was not merely her participation in philosophical discourse. It was her audacity to question very nature of existence, matter, and infinite at a time when the women's voice were really given a space in public intellectual life. Her most famous inquiry with Yajna Valkya on what is the world woven, wrap, and woof. She actually pressed further until she reached the ultimate questions of what sustain the universe beyond space and time. This relentless pursuit of truth established her as a philosopher of metaphysics, one who dared to probe the mysteries of Brahman, the eternal principle underlying all reality. Gagi's contribution was not only intellectual but symbolic. She embodied the spirit of inquiry, courage, and equality. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, in 2026, Gagi's legacy reverberates in multiple ways. A woman across the world continues to break the barrier in science, technology, and leadership. Gagi's example reminds us that the intellectual courage knows no gender. She insists on questioning the infinite mirror, which actually mirrors today's exploration in quantum physics, cosmology, and artificial intelligence, where the humanity seeks to understand what lies beyond observable matters. Gagi's voice beyond a timeless call to challenge the boundaries, to ask questions that unsettle, and to embrace inquiries as the highest drama. Beyond her celebrated debate, Gagi's achievement includes philosophical authority, as she was recognized as Brahmavadini, a woman who had mastered the Veda and philosophy. Her role in education is also profound. Gagi is said to have taught and inspired others, proving that women are integral part to intellectual fabric of ancient India. She established gender equality. Her presence in Upanishadic assemblies demonstrated the wisdom was not confined to men but accessible to all seekers. And culturally and historically, Gagi became the symbol of fearless inquiry. Her name invoked in later tradition as exemplar of women's intellectual and power. Her impact in 2026 is profound. In an era striving for inclusivity, Gagi's life reminds us that the root of equality and intellectual freedom run deep in Indian civilization. She challenged modern society to ensure that women's voices are not only heard but celebrated in every sphere, from philosophy to politics, from science to spirituality. Thus, Gargi Vachak Navi's achievement is twofold. She expanded the horizon of metaphysical thoughts, and she shattered the barriers of gender in intellectual discourse. In 2026, her legacy inspires us to keep questioning, to embrace the diversity of thought, and to recognize that the pursuit of truth is the greatest achievement of all. Gagi Vachak Navi's voice, rising from the sacred assemblies of Upanishads, continue to echo across the centuries as the beacon of fearless inquiry. Her achievement was not only in questioning Yajan Valkya, but infinite, and in proving that is definitely infinite in proving the wisdom, and wisdom has no boundaries, and her achievement also actually declaring that gender or tradition, there you can actually it's not confined to gender and tradition. So in 2026, her legacy stands as a mirror to our own age, an era where women lead in science, technology, philosophy, carrying forward the same spirit of audacity that Gagi embodied. She reminds us that the true empire is not built on conquest of or power, but on the courage to ask, to challenge, and to seek the eternal truth. Gagi's triumph lies in her refusal to be silent, her insistence that the infinite must be questioned, her gift of showing humanity that the pursuit of knowledge is itself is the highest drama. So her voice endures and urges us to keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep breaking boundaries, because the unconquerable achievement is not in answers but in the eternal quest itself. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेस एक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेस एक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है, और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे, और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है, और इसने इस कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेजी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब उसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे, लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था, और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहाँ पे जब खुलता है मार्केट तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया, शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी, और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95 मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था, और दिन के अंत होते होते $160.95 तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई, और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेस एक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है, और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेस एक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहां पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है, और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए, स्टारलिंक स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स में पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स में जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है जमीन के अंदर। तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो जमीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या जमीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं जमीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है। तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और इनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा। और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है इलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेस एक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं, सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपने अपना खुद अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें। क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि अपना आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ की वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद।
Long before forests rustled with the leaves and vertebrates carved their path across the continent, the earth was silent stage of stone and shallow seas. Into this barren expanse creep the first arthropods, segmented, many legs being, and whose fossilized remain now tells a story of audacity and survival. Among them, the ancestor of centipedes became unlikely trailblazer, and their armored bodies and jointed limbs carried them from water's edge onto the unclaimed soil. So let's find out more. In the dim corridors of Earth's deep past, long before the forests shaded their continents or vertebrates roamed the land, the first arthropods began their tentative march from water to soil. Among them were the ancestors of centipedes, multi-segmented pioneers whose fossilized remains now whisper the story of one of the life's most daring conquests, the colonization of land. So the recent fossil discoveries exclusively preserved in ancient strata reveal that these creatures possessed adaptation for more mere survival. So hardened exoskeleton and shielded them from the desiccation. Jointed legs gave them mobility across uneven terrain, and the primitive respiratory system allowed them to draw oxygen from the thin atmosphere. So these were not just insects in waiting. They were the architects of ecological possibilities. By burrowing into soil and feeding on detritus, they began to shape terrestrial ecosystem, laying the groundwork for the complex food webs that would one day sustain forests, mammals, and ultimately humans. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, the conquest of land by arthropods were more than a biological milestone. It was planetary transformation. With their arrival, the barren continents became animated landscape, and nutrients cycle accelerated, and organic matter decomposed more efficiently, and the soil itself became fertile. So, in essence, these early centipedes ancestors were the engineer of habitability, turning rock into earth. And if we think about 2026 and beyond, the resonance of their journey is striking. Humanity now stands at its own frontier of planetary conquest, the dream of colonizing Mars and beyond. So, just as arthropods once solved the puzzle of breathing air and resisting dryness, we grapple with the challenges of sustaining life in alien environment. The fossils remind us that the adaptation is not a single leap but a series of ingenious solutions, and each one opening doors for future generations. Moreover, the study of these ancient pioneers inform us the modern science in an unexpected way. Their physiology offers clues about resilience of environmental stress and inspiring biometrics design in robotics or material science. In their ecological role underscores the importance of small, often overlooked organism into stabilizing ecosystem, a lesson critical as we confront or we are on the verge of biodiversity loss and climate change. In 2026, when discussions of planetary stewardship and dominance global forum, the centipede's ancestors became unlikely teachers. Remind us that survival hinges on cooperation with the environment, not the domination of it. So, looking beyond, the implication stretch into a philosophy. The fossil challenges our anthropomorphic narration into showing that the true trailblazer of terrestrial life were not mighty dinosaurs or towering trees, but a humble, many-legged arthropods. And their march onto land was a quiet revolution, one that redefines Earth destiny. In the same way, our own steps into space may not be marked by grand gestures, but by small incremental innovation, and each as vital as the centipede's first breath of air. So thus the story of ancient centipede's ancestor is not confined to dusty rocks in a museum. It is a living parable for our age, a reminder that the conquest of new worlds begin with the fragile experiments. That the resilience is born of adaptation, and that the smallest creature can leave the largest footprint on the history. As we move through 2026 and beyond, their legacy urges us to trend thoughtfully, to innovate boldly, and to recognize that every frontier, whether soil or star, and demands humility as much as ambition. So, the march of those many legged pioneers was not just a step into the soil, it was the first rehearsal of resilience. The earliest proof that life could reinvent itself to meet new frontiers. And in their quiet conquest, they transformed a barren stone into a fertile earth. And in doing so, they wrote the opening chapter of terrestrial history. As we stand in 2026, poised at our own threshold of planetary exploration, their legacy echoes across the time. Survival is born of adaptation. Progress is carved by persistence, and the smallest step can alter the destinies of the world. So the centipede's ancestors reminds us that every frontier, whether soil beneath our feet or the star above our head, demands humility and ingenuity and definitely a great amount of courage. So we have come to the end of this subject. We look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next month. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
In the world of high-stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record-breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization, and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone, or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identify three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding, or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident, take reckless risk, and lose the humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading, you are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to three pillars. Pillar number one, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data. Sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. Alright, moving on to the pillar number 2. Sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you, and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting, or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonates with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. The global economy is at the crossroads. In this video, we break down why the next 72 hours are the most critical window for 2026 for investors, for business leaders, and also for the policymakers. With the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East and the recent IMF World Economic Outlook warning of a drop in the global growth rate to 3.1%, and therefore the stakes has never been so high. So what we got to do, what we should be aware of, stick around because we are going to discuss all of this.
Right now, as you're watching this, a timer is ticking. It isn't just a countdown for a market opening or a single earning report. We're entering a 72-hour window that historians may look back on as the definitive pivot point for the global economy in 2026. So why now? Because we are seeing a perfect storm and it is converging. We have a volatile conflict in the Middle East that is threatening the world's most vital energy arteries. We have an IMF that just sounded the alarm on the growth slowdown, and within the next 3 days, we expect the decisions that will determine if we face a controlled landing or a systemic fracture. By the time this 72-hour window closes, the cost of your energy, value of your currency, and the safety of your investment could look radically different. And here is exactly what is happening behind the scenes. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The first pillar of this 72-hour crisis is the energy. As of today, which is April 22nd, 2026, the volatility in the Middle East has moved past rhetoric. Markets are currently pricing in a worst case disruption scenario. If the next 3 days sees an escalation that impact the Strait of Hormuz, we aren't just looking at $100 per barrel oil. We are looking at the supply side shock that could paralyze the European and Asian manufacturing. But it's not just about pricing at the pump. It's about the inflation ghost. Just as the central bank thought they had a handle on the rising price, the energy spike threatened to send the projected 2026 inflation rate of 4.4% or even higher. In this next 72 hours, look for the energy pivot. If the prices break past key resistance level, the global manufacturing sector will go into a defensive mode, and that means layoff and stalled growth. While the headline focus on the conflict, the underlying math is equally terrifying. Last week, the IMF released the World Economic Outlook. The headline was grim. The global growth is projected to fall to 3.1%. Imagine, only 3.1%. But the real story is in the next 72 hours of the diplomatic response. Financial leaders are currently meeting to decide if they will coordinate a liquidity injection or if it's if every nation for itself. We are seeing a massive divergence. While some economies are showing resilience, others, particularly in the developing world, are facing a debt wall. If we don't see a collaborative signal from the G7 or the IMF in these 3-day window, we could see a flight to quality that strip emerging markets of their remaining capital. This is the great repricing of 2026, and it is happening in real time as we speak. When the world gets scared, money moves fast. In the next 72 hours, we are watching the three safe havens, which is gold, US dollars, and increasingly digital assets. Gold has already been hitting the record high, but the next 3 days will test its ceiling. If we see a breakout, it's a signal that the big institutional players have lost faith in a quick diplomatic resolution. Simultaneously, the US dollar is weaponizing itself again. As the dollar strengthens, it puts immense pressure on every other currency for businesses in London, Tokyo, or New Delhi. A 72-hour surge in the dollar market makes their imports more expensive and their debt harder to pay. Watch the currency pairs closely. The tipping point is usually a 3-day trend that becomes month-long slide. So what does this mean for people like you and me? The next 72 hours aren't about panic. They are about positioning. If you are an investor, watch the $100 oil per barrel mark and the 10-year treasury yield. If you are a business owner, look at your supply chain exposure in the Middle East. And if you are just watching your personal finances, understand that the low inflation era we hoped for is being challenged by these 72 hours of geopolitical reality. The world moves fast, but the economy moves in cycles. We are at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. We'll be monitoring every headline, every market tick, and every diplomatic cable as they come in. Make sure you subscribe in a window. This is very critical. Being 24-hour late is the same being absolutely wrong. So stay vigilant. The clock is running, and I'll see you in the next update, my friends. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, The universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further.
On a clear night, the universe looks like a photograph, frozen, eternal. But the truth is, we are living inside a cosmic stampede. Right now, you are sitting on a planet that is spinning at 1600 kilometers per hour. The planet is orbiting a star at 107,000 kilometers per hour. The star is dragging us around the center of the Milky Way at 800,000 kilometers per hour, but even the galaxy itself isn't sitting still. Our entire island universe is screaming through the void towards a destination we cannot see, and the overall speed at which we are moving right now is 2.2 million kilometers per hour. Everything, every star, every black hole, every atom is on a journey, but where is it actually going? Is there a finish line, or is the universe just running away from itself? Today, we are tracing the ultimate trajectory of the cosmos from the great attractor to big freeze. We are looking at the final map of the existence itself. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand where we are going, we have to look at our neighborhood. We live in a Lanakia supercluster, a massive web of 100,000 galaxies spanning 500 million light years. For decades, the astronomer noticed something strange. The Milky Way and our neighboring galaxies aren't just drifting, they are being pulled. We are moving towards a specific region of space hidden behind the zone of avoidance, an area obscured by our own galaxy's dust, and therefore we actually cannot see clearly what is where we are going and what is pulling our galaxies. We call this mystery the great attractor. It's the gravitational anomaly so massive it is warping the movement of the galaxies across hundreds of millions of light years. It's like cosmic drain, and we are the water circling it. But here is the twist. We will likely never arrive at that point. Why? Because while gravity is trying to pull us together, something else is trying to rip us apart. In the late 1990s, we discovered the universe isn't just expanding, it is accelerating. This is thanks to the dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up roughly about 68% of the universe. Think of it like this. Gravity is the glue trying to hold the room together, but the dark energy is the floor constantly stretching in every direction. Because space is expanding faster than the speed of light at great distances, the great attractor is actually losing the tug of war. Eventually, the expansion will become so fast that even the pull of the Lanakia won't be enough to hold us into this particular group. We are entering an era of the great divorce. In few billion years, every galaxy outside our local group will disappear beyond the cosmic horizon. They will be moving away so fast that their light will never reach us again. We will be left in a lonely, dark neighborhood. So if we aren't hitting the great attractor, what is our immediate destination then in that case? So in about 4.5 billion years, our own galaxy has a date with destiny. The Andromeda galaxy is currently heading straight for us at 110 kilometers per second, very high speed. This isn't a crash, it's a dance. The two galaxies will pass through each other, their stars rarely colliding because the space is so empty. Gravity will eventually pull them back together, merging them into a single massive elliptical galaxy dubbed as Milkomeda. By the time this happens, our sun will have become a red giant, likely swallowing the earth. The solar system as we know it will be done, but the atoms that made up our body will be part of the brand new giant star system. But where does the journey finally end? If the expansion continues forever, we reach the ultimate destination, the big freeze, also known as the heat death of the universe. As the space stretches, the gas needed to create stars become too thin. One by one, the light of the universe goes out. The stelliferous era ends, which is known for star formation, and therefore the stars will stop forming. And the degenerate era will begin. Only white dwarf, neutron stars, and black hole will remain. The black hole era will be the third one when black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. So, what is left? A universe at a uniform temperature of nearly absolute zero, no energy, no movement, no time. Everything that was once a planet, a person, or a galaxy will be reduced to thin mist of photons and electrons drifting in an infinite cold dark. It sounds bleak, but look at in another way. We are living in the golden age of the universe, a brief, brilliant window where the stars are close enough to see and the galaxies are close enough to touch. Everything is moving away, yes, but that makes the fact that we are here right now witnessing it, and all the more miraculous things are going to happen in the near future. We might not like where the universe is going, but we can only imagine what a view we have on the way there, right? So friends, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep exploring the edge of the cosmos, subscribe and join for the next journey. Until next time, before we wind up today's session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, let me ask you, Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's greatest challenge? Well, in this episode of our leadership series, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a blueprint of what we call the strategic liberation. For a high stake executive, liberation isn't about escaping the boardroom. It's about operating within it with total clarity, unshakable focus, and a mind free from sense of cognitive bias and ego. Let us explore this further. In the world of high stake business, we talk about freedom. We in fact talk a lot about freedom and market freedom, financial freedom, the freedom to innovate. But for the modern CEO, the reality is often opposite. You are tethered to the stock ticker, bound by the expectations of the board, and often a prisoner to your own decision making loop. We call this the invisible ceiling, the point where your intelligence and hard work cannot take you any further because your mind is too cluttered with the noise of the trade. But what if there was a way to achieve a state of strategic liberation, a state where you operate with absolute clarity, where your decisions are not reactive but visionary? Over 7,000 years ago, a roadmap for this exact state was laid out in a dialogue on a battlefield. Today, we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 17. It's not just a spiritual mantra, it is the ultimate executive manual for the 21st century. Those whose intellect is merged in Him, whose mind is one with Him, who are established in Him, for whom He is the supreme goal, their sins being dispelled by knowledge, go to the state from which there is no return. Well, this is a quote and translated into English. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching and who's not. Now let's proceed further. To a CEO, this might sound like a religious abstraction, but let's translate this into leadership language. The words identify 4 pillars of focus. First, intellect. What is the intellect? Your strategic analytical power. Next, mind. Your emotional intelligence and focus. Third, establishment. Your core values and conviction. Fourth, the goal. Your ultimate vision or the North Star. So the Gita suggests that when these 4 are aligned with supreme truth, or in the business terms, a transcendental purpose, you reach a state of no return. In business, that is a definition of the legacy. One of the most striking phrases in this verse is the sin destroyed by knowledge. In a boardroom, we don't use the word sin, but we do use word error. In this context, sin refers to the mental impurities that could cloud judgment. Ego, attachment to a specific outcome, fear of failure, cognitive biases, etc. Think of these as the cognitive debt. Every time you make a decision based on your ego rather than data point, you base on how we have always done it rather than the truth. You accrue debt. This debt slows your company down and it creates a friction. So the Gita says this debt is destroyed by knowledge, not just information. We have plenty of that, but realized knowledge is missing here. This is the ability to see the market, your competitor, your own team exactly as they are, without distorting the lens of your own desires or fears. When knowledge destroys error, liberation begins. The verse ends with bold promise, the path of liberation where there is no rebirth. The spiritual terms, this is the moksha. In the boardroom, this is the high performance flow state. No rebirth means you stop repeating the same mistake. Have you ever noticed that how some companies seems to hit the same wall every 5 years? The same culture issues, the same product, market fit struggles, the same leadership turnover, and that is a cycle of rebirth in business. The strategic liberation means moving past those cycles. It means your leadership has evolved to a point where you are no longer a manager of crisis, but a creator of realities. You have reached a level of clarity where you don't have to go back to the old ways of struggling. You are no longer reacting to the waves. You are the ocean yourself. So how does you apply Gita 5.17 on a Tuesday morning before a merger or a product launch? I have few tips for you. First, fix the intellect. Start your day by detaching from the outcome. Focus entirely on the integrity of the strategy. Next, dissolve your ego. Ask yourself, am I making this choice to be right or to be effective? If it is to be right, that's the sin. And the verse mentions this very clearly. Let knowledge dissolve it. Right? Next is establish the North Star. Ensure your supreme goal isn't just this quarter's earning, but a purpose that provides value to the world. When your goal is supreme, your stamina becomes infinite. True leadership isn't about control, it's about alignment. Chapter 5, verse 17 of Bhagavad Gita teaches us that when our intellect, mind, and faith are fixed on a truth higher than our own, we become liberated from the friction of the corporate world. We move beyond the boardroom. We stop being driven by the fear of loss and start being pulled by the power of vision. This is the strategic liberation. That is the path of the sage leader. The question isn't whether you can afford to learn these lessons. The question is, can you afford the rebirth of your past mistakes, and what happens if you don't? My name is CK, and this has been a look into the timeless wisdom of Gita for the modern executive. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Before we move on to the next video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video, we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2 week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop a war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed. And as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President JD Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2 week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari airbase, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran, Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by diplomat in a suit, it will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story, and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK, and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the lunar reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secret. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile, almost 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, their crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So, as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So, the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीय महामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे Sugandhim pushti vardhanam uruvaka bandhanan mrityo mokshiya mahamritat sagyo jatam prapagami bhagwant mrityom jai shivam avayami Om Triambakam Vajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvaka Bandhanan Mrityo Mokshiya Mahamratat Sagyo Jatam Prapagami Bhagwant Mrityom Jai Shivam Avayami Om Triambakam Vajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvaka Bandhanan मृत्यु मोक्षया महामृतात् सज्ञो जातम प्रपाघमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टि वर्धनम उर्वाकरुक्मिव बंधनान् मृत्यो मोक्षया महामृतात् सज्ञो जातम प्रपाघमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि ओम त्र्यंबकम मजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टि वर्धनम उर्वाकरुक्मिव बंधनान् मृत्यो मोक्षेय महामृतात् सज्ञो जातम प्रपागमि भगवंत मृत्युम जय शिवम अभयामि ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single matrix, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony: the more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical pastures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So, how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6, verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1, define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2, practice strategic detachment. During high stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3, audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज बुधवार का दिन है। आज का दिन आप सब जानते हैं गणेश जी के लिए, गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश भगवान की स्तुति करके, पूजा करके। तो मेरे साथ आपको 11 दफा इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। मैं मंत्र आपको पहले बता देता हूं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। ओम गण गणपते नमः। ओम गम गणपति नमः। तो 11 दफा इसका उच्चारण करेंगे। हमारे पास एक काउंटर है, हम उसका भी उपयोग करते हैं। तो चलिए आप हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान का नाम का ध्यान करते हैं और उनका मंत्र का उच्चारण करते हैं। ओम गम गणपते नमः। Om Gam Ganpate Namaha. 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 तो दोस्तों हमारा जो पूजा है वो अब हमारी समाप्त हुई। हम अपना दिन अब शुरू कर सकते हैं और आपका दिन भी मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम अब आपसे विदा लेते हैं और जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ हो। नमस्कार।
So, friends, in the silent theater of cosmos, where the gravity bends light and time folds upon itself, black holes have been like a universe most cryptic storytellers. They swallow star as a whole, erase galaxies from the sight, and yet, paradoxically, may never truly destroy what they consume. For decades, physicists have stood at the edge of this mystery, staring into the event horizon and asking the unanswerable. Does universe forget? No, the situation is like as if we are actually listening echoes of abyss, and there definitely is a black hole paradox. Now, a new whisper rises from the depth, the idea that black hole leave behind tiny quantum remnants, eternal seeds that cradle the memory of everything which they have consumed. So these invisible relic could be universe's way of keeping its secrets intact, maybe rewriting the laws of oblivion itself. So it is a revelation that turning destruction into preservation, chaos into cosmic order, and perhaps offer humanity its first glimpse into how universe remember its own story. So let's find out more about this. In the vast silence of cosmos where the light itself bends and time trembles, black holes have long stood as the universe's most enigmatic sentinels, devoid of matters, keepers of secrets. For decades, physicists have wrestled with the haunting question: when a black hole dies, what happens to the information it once consumed? Does it vanish forever? Define the laws of quantum mechanics, or does the universe find a way to remember? Now, the researchers propose a daring answer that black holes do not erase information but leave behind tiny remnants, quantum seeds that preserve the memory of everything that ever fall within their grasp. So these remnants, smaller than atom yet infinitely dense, could be universe way of keeping its leisure balanced. A cosmic archive written in the language of gravity and light. So imagine the final movement of black hole's life. Hawking radiations and faint whispers of quantum particles escaping its event horizon and grows stronger as the black hole shrinks. For years, scientists believed that this evaporation could end in nothingness, a complete disappearance. But now a new theory suggests otherwise. As the black hole nears its end, it's stabilized into minute scales like relic. a fragment of space-time so compressed that it cannot evaporate further. So within this remnant lies encoded the information of stars, planets, and even the civilization that once crossed its threshold. So this idea actually bridges the chaos between the Einstein's relativity and a kind of quantum mechanics. So there are two pillars of physics that have long refused to speak the same language. So relativity describes the grand architecture of space-time, while the theory governs the subatomic dance of particles. So the black hole paradox has been their battlefield, a place where the both theories seems to fail. But if the remnants truly exist, they could serve as translator between these worlds, preserving the quantum information and within the fold of curved time and space. So the implication ripple outward. If every black hole leaves behind a remnant, then the universe may be kind of full of these invisible grains of infinite density, silent witness of cosmic history. So these remnants could even account for a part of mysterious dark matter that shapes galaxies yet remains unseen. So for each one would be a miniature vault of memory holding the echoes of creation itself. So philosophically, the theory restore a kind of cosmic justice, and information like consciousness cannot simply vanish. The universe, it seems, refused to forget. So every photon, every atom, every thought that ever existed leaves an imprint somewhere. So perhaps in the heart of these eternal remnants, maybe, right? So in this view, the black hole are not a destroyer, but archivists. So the one who archives the information. Now the preserving the story of existence in the form we cannot yet read. So as a telescope grow sharper and quantum computer more powerful, humanity edges closer to encoding these mysteries. So the paradox that once mocked our understanding may soon become the key to unify physics, the long sought that is theory of everything. And when that day comes, we may finally glimpse the truth behind the darkness, that even in the deepest void, the universe remembers. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in to this live streaming, and this will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue with our discussion. So, in the silence of the void, the remnant remembers the information, right? About the star, about the galaxies. And so the paradox that once haunted physics finds a poetic resolution. So black hole once thought to be ultimate erasers of a cosmic memory may instead leave behind tiny remnants, silent, indestructible seeds of information. So in their shadow lies not oblivion but a preservation. Every star consumed, every photon swallowed, and every whisper of matter that etched into the eternal fragments, ensuring that the universe actually does not forget anything. So what began as a riddle between the relativity and the quantum mechanics now unfold as a promise that even in the deepest darkness, memory endures. The black hole paradox, long a symbol of cosmic contradictions, become instead a testament to continuity, A reminder that the universe, vast and mysterious, yet carries its own archive of existence. So, friends, we have reached till the end to the end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and kindly please do like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one very soon. Till then, bye.
Hello, friends, and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last, or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact span generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today, we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful verses in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2, verse 20. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. You start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as a if you are not fearful, right? You're not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival, you are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line, it's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further if you have any specific question. What is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below, and let's keep this conversation going. And I look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one.
In the grand tapestry of India's scientific heritage, Bhaskar II shines not merely as a mathematician and astronomer of 12th century, but as a visionary whose idea pulse with the relevance even in 2026. Known as Bhaskar Acharya, he was no commentator like Bhaskar I, but a creator, an architect of original thought who dared to see the infinity in numbers and in harmony in heavens. His Siddhanta Shiromani was more than a trustee. It was a symphony of arithmetic, algebra, astronomy, geometry, weaving poetry with precision. Centuries before Newton, Bhaskar glimpsed the essence of calculus, describing the rate of change and infinitesimals with startling clarity. So let's find out more about him. Bhaskar II, often honored with the title Bhaskar Acharya, teacher Bhaskar, stands as one of the towering figure of India's mathematical and astronomical tradition. Living in 12th century CE, he carried forward the legacy of Aryabhat and Brahmagupta, but with a brilliance that gave his work a distinct identity. Unlike Bhaskar I, who was a primarily commentator on Aryabhat's treatises, Bhaskar II was a creator of original systems, a synthesizer of knowledge, and a visionary whose insight continues to ripple through the corridors of science even in 2026. His magnum opus, the Siddhanta Shiromani, is divided into 4 parts. First is Leelavati. If we translate it in English, it is arithmetic. Then Bij Ganit, that is algebra, and Grah Ganit, that is astronomy, and the Gola Adhyay, that is sphere. So each section reveals a mind deeply attuned to both the abstract and the elegance of mathematics and the practical demands of astronomy. In Leelavati, that is arithmetic, Bhaskar II introduced a problem that blended poetic imagination with rigorous calculation, making mathematics not only a discipline of logic but also a craft of beauty. And his algebraic treatise, Bij Ganit, advanced method of solving equation, including work of quadratic and the interdeterminate equation, laying the foundation of that kind of calculation and that kind of maths that resonate with the modern algorithm and thinking, mathematical thinking. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward on Bhaskar II, perhaps the most striking was his grasp of calculus centuries before Newton. And Bhaskar II described the concept akin to derivatives, and not that the rate of change of a planet's position could be understood through the infinitesimal increments. And his recognition of the principle that a quantity can approach zero yet refrain the meaning was a profound leap, anticipating the calculus that now underpins the physics, engineering, and the artificial intelligence. In 2026, as the humanity builds quantum computers and design AI systems that rely on continuous optimization, the Bhaskar's early vision of limits and the change feel astonishingly precise and prevalent, and definitely it is a theory, it is a concept which is strikingly very modern. So, in his astronomical contribution were equally transformative because now Bhaskar II refined the planetary models, calculated the eclipse with the remarkable accuracy, and emphasized the cycle nature of celestial phenomena. He understood the gravity as the force pulling objects towards the earth, a concept, a seed that would later blossom in Newton's formulations. For future generation, his insistence on precision and his blend of observation with the theory remain model of scientific integrity. In an age where the space exploration and the satellite navigation defined the global progress, Bhaskar's method reminds us that the root of orbital mechanism stretch deep into India's intellectual soil. The importance of Bhaskar's second work for 2026 and beyond lies not only in its historical brilliance but in its enduring relevance. His approach, integrating imagination, rigors, and applicability, offers a template for modern science education. As we confront the challenges from climate modeling to AI ethics, his example teaches that mathematics is not merely a tool but a language of truth, capable of bridging the infinite and the practical. For young learners, his poetic problem in Leelavati showed that the creativity and the calculation are not opposite but a partner. For researchers, his proto-calculus demonstrate that innovation often begins with the daring to see the pattern where the other see the chaos. So, Bhaskar II's legacy is thus a beacon of future generation. He reminds us that science is a continuum where the ancient insight can illuminate the modern frontiers. So, in 2026, as humanity stands at the threshold of interplanetary travel and the artificial intelligence, Bhaskar's voice echoes across the centuries. And that knowledge, when pursued with imagination and discipline, can transcend into time, culture, and geography. And his contribution are not a relic of the past, but a living principle urging us to carry forward the torch of discovery with humility and definitely a wonder. Now, Bhaskar's second brilliance was not confined to 12th century. It is a vision cast forward into the ages, and his Siddhant Shurumani reminds and remain a living testament that science is continuum where the ancient insight can illuminate modern frontiers. In 2026, as humanity codes algorithm, explore distant planet and builds a quantum machine, his proto-calculus and the astronomical precision remind us that the roots of innovation lies deep in our shared heritage. For future generation, Bhaskaracharya's legacy is more than a history. It is a guiding light, urging us to blend creativity with rigor, imagination with discipline, and to carry forward the eternal dialogue between numbers and the cosmos. His work endures a promise that the knowledge, when pursued with wonder, can transcend into centuries and shape the destiny of tomorrow. So, we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comment on this subject. Please like and subscribe our channel and look forward in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership built to last or is it stuck in a loop? In this episode of Beyond the Boardroom, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to uncover a startling truth for the modern day leaders, which is the cycle of rebirth and death, etc. In the material world, even the highest achiever in the Brahmalok, which is the pinnacle of success, are subject to the laws of time and repetition. For CEO, this rebirth manifests as grueling cycle of market disruption, product obsolescence, and the constant need to reinvent the wheel. Let us discuss this further. What happens the day after you reach the top? Every CEO has a Brahmalok moment. It is the quarter where the revenue hit a record high, the IPO is a smash, or the boardroom gives you a standing ovation. In the world of business, we call it having arrived. But there is a quiet anxiety that follows that peak. It is the realization that tomorrow the clock reset to zero. The market changes. The competitor emerges from the garage in the Silicon Valley. Your top talent get headhunted. Suddenly you aren't the king of the mountain anymore. You're back in the trenches fighting for the survival. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 16, Bhagwan Krishna delivers a sobering truth to Arjun that every modern leader needs to hear. And the quote starts, O Arjun, from the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. And the quote close. Today we are going beyond the boardroom. We are going to explore why every CEO is trapped in a cycle of rebirth and how to finally break it. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. In Vedic cosmology, which is the Brahmalok, is the highest point of the material universe. It is the peak of pleasure, power, and longevity. But Bhagwan Krishna wants that even there you aren't safe from the cycle. In business terms, Brahmalok is the S&P 500. It is the market leader status. But look at the history. How many Brahmalok companies from year 2000 are still relevant today? When Bhagwan Krishna speaks of repeated birth and death, he isn't just talking about the reincarnation in the biological sense. For a CEO, death is the obsolescence of your business model. Birth is the grueling process of starting over, rebranding, and fighting for a new market share. If you are leading solely for material metrics, share price, ego, or dominance, you are singing up for an eternal loop of stress. You are stuck in the sansar of the marketplace. You win, you lose, you die, you start again. It is exhausting. So why do we face this cycle? Because the material world, and by extension the global economy, is in a state of constant flux. Think about the rebirth of famous leaders. Steve Jobs faced death when he was ousted from Apple, only to be reborn at Next and Pixar, eventually returning to save Apple again. Netflix died as a DVD by mail company to be reborn as a streaming giant, and is now being reborn again as a content studio. Most CEOs think the goal is to survive the current life of their company. But the Gita teaches us that as long as you are attached to the result of the material world, you will always be forced back into the cycle. If your identity is tied to being the CEO of X, X meaning XYZ, what happens when X is disrupted? You suffer a professional death. You are then forced into a rebirth, a new startup, a new role, carrying the same anxiety and the same attachment as before. So what is the alternative here? Krishna says only when you reach my spiritual abode, you never take birth again. In a leadership context, the spiritual abode is a state of transcendental leadership. It is leading from a place of purpose that is independent of market cycles. How does a CEO reaches the abode and stop painful cycle of rebirth? There are certain things you can do. For instance, detach from the fruit. Focus on dharma. If your goal is just the fruit, which is exit strategy or bonus, you are at the mercy of the cycle. If your goal is your dharma, which is unique duty to provide value to society, you remain steady whether the market is up or down. Next is continuous learning as the spiritual practice. Rebirth happens when you stop growing. In Gita, the solution to the cycle is the knowledge. A CEO who views their role as a journey of constant learning never truly dies in the market. They simply evolve. Building a legacy, not just a ledger. Material success is temporary. A spiritual abode in business is the culture you build and live to remove any obstacles in your colleagues' lives or customers' lives, etc. There are only things that don't take birth again in the form of stress, and they become your permanent legacy. When you lead from this higher perspective, the cycle of rebirth stops being a threat and starts being a tool. You no longer fear the death of a product because you aren't attached to it. You no longer fear the market crash because your worth isn't tied to your net worth. You have reached a spiritual abode of equanimity. Imagine a boardroom where decisions aren't made out of fear of a corporate death, but out of commitment to the eternal principle of integrity, service, and wisdom. That is a company that transcend into this kind of a cycle. And that is a leader who has reached the highest planet and decided to go even further. Every CEO obsesses over their exit strategy, but Bhagwan Krishna is offering you the ultimate exit strategy, an exit from the cycle of anxiety, repetition, and temporary success. The next time you face a crisis, a death that is a metaphor of a project or rebirth of a competitor, remember chapter 8 and verse 16. Don't just aim from Brahmalok. Don't just aim for the top of the material world. Aim for the abode. Lead with purpose that time cannot touch. Because when you lead for something eternal, you never have to start from zero again. So, friends, what do you think about this lesson? If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining live, and now go out and take lead with wisdom of Gita. Right. So before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In this video, we explore the bold, uncompromising move by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose to step away from the Congress party and establish the Forward Bloc. Why did he break away? What was his vision for a radical nationalism? And how did this decision challenge the political status quo of the British India? Join us as we analyze the historical context of the Congress split, the ideological rift between Bose and party leadership, and the lasting impact of the Forward Bloc on the fight for the Indian independence. Let's go. The year was 1939. The world is on the brink of the Second Global War. But inside India, a different kind of war is brewing. A political struggle that could redefine the fight for independence. Most of us know Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose as a commander of the Azad Hind Fauj, a man of action, a man of war. But before he picked up the rifle, he picked up the pen and the podium, challenging the very establishment he helped build. Today we are talking about something which happened in 1940. We are going to deconstruct one of the most controversial and pivotal moment in the Indian freedom struggle, the split that birthed the forward bloc. Was it a betrayal of unity, or was it a necessary evolution for the revolution? So let's dive into the history of Netaji's rebellion. But friends, before that, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. That will help us determine the reach of our channel. To understand the birth of the forward bloc, we have to understand the breaking point. The year was 1939. The Indian National Congress was the undisputed face of the freedom movement. Subhash Chandra Bose ji had just been re-elected as the president of the Congress at Tripuri. But this victory was bitter. It was clear that Bose's ideology, which favored an immediate, armed, struggle and unyielding push for independence, was increasingly at the odds with the mainstream leadership, particularly the faction aligned with Mahatma Gandhi ji. गांधी जी famously said, "पता है भाई, defeat is my defeat. Your defeat is my defeat." The pressure became very immense. The Congress was caught between two paths: the path of non-violent and the gradual constitutional change, and the path for radical mass mobilized resistance. Bose realized that if he stayed, he would be a figurehead with no power to act. So he did the unthinkable. He resigned. Imagine the tension. The hero of the youth, the man who stood up to the British Empire with fire in his eyes, was now an outsider in his own political home. But Bose wasn't the type to walk away from the mission. He realized that if the Congress wasn't going to lead the radical charge, he would have to build a new platform to do it himself. And so on May 3rd, in the year 1939, Subhash Chandra Bose ji founded the Forward Bloc. At first, it wasn't a separate party, it was a faction within Congress. It was sort of a pressure group, but what it stands for, why the name was forward is a big question that we will tackle now. The name was deliberate. Bose wanted to move the country forward. He wasn't interested in slow negotiations. He was a socialist at heart, deeply influenced by the global anti colonial movement of the time. He believed that the only way to break the British hold on India was through mass mobilization. He wanted Congress to adopt a policy of uncompromising anti imperialism. He wanted the working class, the farmers, and the youth to be the engine of the revolution. To his critics, he was sort of a rebel. To his followers, he was realist. Bose understood that World War II was an opportunity. He knew the British Empire was overstretched. He saw that the chaos of war was the perfect opening for an Indian uprising. The Forward Bloc was built to capitalize on that opening. It wasn't just a political party, it was a call to arms for the Indian consciousness. This led us to 1940, the transition from a faction to a rebellion. While mainstream Congress leadership was hesitant, keeping one foot in the door of negotiations, Bose convinced the anti-compromising conference at Ramgarh in the March of 1940. This was a moment the bridge was completely broken. At Ramgarh, Bose didn't mince his words. He called for a massive nationwide civil disobedience movement. He declared that no compromise should be made with the British, especially while they were weakened by the war in Europe. While the Congress was organizing the individual satyagrah, Bose was organizing the masses for a total blockade of the British administration. This is why it is called the rebellion. Bose did just disagree with the method. He challenged the mandate of the Congress leadership. He challenged the status quo. He essentially said, if you are afraid to lead the people to total freedom, step aside. We will do it for you. It was a bold, dangerous, and incredibly lonely path, but it was exactly the kind of path Netaji was known for. So, looking back from 2026, why does this matter? Why does the story of 1940 forward block still resonate? Because the history is rarely a straight line. It's sometimes messy, conflicted, and intense struggle of ideas. The split between Congress and the forward bloc teaches us about the nature of leadership. It highlights the eternal struggle between patience and urgency. It reminds us that sometimes to stay true to your own principles, one has to be willing to stand alone. Netaji's forward block wasn't just a footnote in history, it was also a catalyst. It forced the mainstream movement to keep the pressure on. It gave a voice to the radicals who felt that the dream of independence was being stifled by the bureaucracy. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji left the Congress, but he never left the cause of India's freedom. The forward block was just one chapter in much larger, more legendary life of Netaji's. But it remains a fascinating study of conviction. It's a reminder that the political courage isn't just about winning an election, it's about defining what you stand for, even when everyone else tells you to fall in line. So, friends, what do you think? Was Netaji decision to break away away the right move for India's freedom struggle, or would a united front have been more effective? Let me know your comments below. And friends, as you know, I read each and every comment that I receive from you. So if you learned something new about 1940 today, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into turning points of our history. Thanks for watching, and friends, I will see you very soon in the next one. Did you know that Earth is actively sailing through debris of an ancient stellar explosion? Scientists drilling deep into tens of thousands of year old Antarctica ice have just confirmed a mind blowing cosmic secret. Our solar system is traveling through radioactive cloud left behind by an ancient supernova. In this video, we break down an incredible discovery made by international research team. By analyzing pristine ancient ice layers in Antarctica, scientists detected traces of iron 60, a rare radioactive isotope that only forms during a supernova. Let us explore this further. Antarctica, it is the coldest, driest, and most isolated continent on Earth. For centuries, we have treated it as a pristine time capsule of our own planet's history. But recently, an international team of scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice sheets uncovered something that doesn't belong to Earth. In fact, it doesn't even belong to our solar system. Deep within the tens of thousands of years old ice layers, researchers found a steady, undeniable influx of a rare radioactive space dust. And the data tells us a story that sounds like straight up science fiction. Right now, you are actually sitting here watching this video. Our planet is sailing directly through a radioactive debris of an alien supernova. We aren't just looking at the remnant of the dead star through our telescopes anymore. We are actively breathing them in. We are traveling through cosmic cloud of stellar wreckage. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. How did scientists figure this out from a block of ice? What exactly is lurking in the cosmic cloud? And should we be worried about radiation? Let's break it down. To understand how we know this, we have to look at the specific cosmic fingerprint. An isotope known as iron 60. Now, normal iron is incredibly common on Earth and also on Moon, and also on Mars and other rocky planets, also rest of the solar system. It's in our own skyscrapers, our cars, and hemoglobin carrying oxygen through the blood right now. But iron 60 is a different one. It's a radioactive cousin of normal iron, packing 4 extra neutrons in its nucleus. And here is the thing about iron 60. It is not native to Earth. It cannot be naturally produced by any geological or chemical processes on our planet. It can't even be cooked up by a normal process inside our sun. There is only one place in the universe with the chaotic energy, extreme pressure, and the mind boggling temperatures required to forge iron 60. The heart of a dying massive star during a supernova explosion. When these stars explode, they blast out heavy elements across light years of empty space like a cosmic shrapnel. But here is the real kicker. Iron 60 is radioactive and it has half-life of about 2.6 million years. Now 2.6 million years might sound like a long time, but in cosmic terms, in a universe which is 13.8 billion years old, that's a blink of an eye. If iron 60 had been on Earth when our planet formed 4.5 billion years ago, every single atom of it would have decayed into a stable nickel billions of years ago. There should be zero iron 60 left on Earth, and yet we just found it. Fresh, undecayed, and perfectly preserved in the snow of Antarctica. So, how do we catch this space dust? You use the cleanest net on Earth, the Antarctica ice sheet, because Antarctica experiences almost no industrial pollution, and because its snow accumulation builds neatly layer by layer, century after century, it acts like a giant frozen hard drive, logging everything that falls from the sky. An international research team took samples of the snow and ice dating back tens of thousands of years. They carefully melted it down, filtered it, and ran it through incredibly sensitive piece of machinery called the accelerator mass spectrometer. They weren't looking for pounds of stuff, they were hunting for individual atoms. And against all odds, they found them. Scattered through the snow layers with layers was light but steady rain of iron 60. But finding it wasn't even the biggest surprise. The real shocker was where they found it in the timeline. In the past, scientists had found deep sea sedimentation, containing iron 60 from millions of years ago, indicating that Earth passed near a supernova in the distant past. But these spikes died down. The Antarctica ice core showed something fundamentally different. The influx of iron 60 hasn't stopped. It is happening right now. The snow that fell just a few thousand years ago and the snow falling today carries this interstellar signature. This means Earth isn't just looking at the ghostly echoes of an old explosion. We are actively driving through the debris cloud right now. So, what is this cloud we are sailing through? Astronomers call it the Local Interstellar Cloud, or the LIC for short. It's a massive structure of gas and dust spanning about 30 light years across. For the past several thousand years, our entire solar system, which is Sun, Earth, Mars, all of us have been plowing through the cloud at a staggering speed, roughly about 50,000 miles an hour. For a long time, we didn't know exactly what the local interstellar cloud was made of or where it came from. But thanks to the Antarctica ice data, we finally have the answer. The LIC is the literal edge, the expanding shock wave of an ancient supernova, or potentially a cluster of supernovae that exploded millions of years ago in our cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a firework exploding in the sky. Long after the bright flash fades, a ring of smoke keeps expanding outward through the air. Our solar system has essentially driven right into the expanding ring of cosmic smoke. As our planet moves through it, Earth's gravity sweeps up the heavy dust particles, dragging them through our atmosphere, where they gently settle into the polar ice. Now, hearing these words like radioactive space dust and alien supernova debris might make you wonder, are we in danger? Is this radioactive cloud threatening the life on Earth? The short answer is no. We are perfectly safe, and we have two incredible shields to thank for it. The first shield belongs to our sun. It's called the heliosphere. The sun constantly blows out powerful streams of charged particle known as solar wind. This wind creates a gigantic magnetic bubble that surrounds the entire system. As we sail through local interstellar cloud, the heliosphere acts like the bow of a ship, deflecting the vast majority of interstellar gas, cosmic rays, and dangerous radiation around us. Only the heaviest, densest bit of matter, like tiny grains of dust laced with iron 60, have enough momentum to punch through the heliosphere and make it to the inner solar system. And the tiny fraction of the dust that does make it to Earth has to face our second shield, our atmosphere and magnetic field. By the time these atoms drift down to the surface of Antarctica, they are also incredibly sparse that they pose absolutely zero health risk. Instead of a threat, this cloud is a gift. It's an unprecedented scientific gold mine. It allows us to study the chemistry of a dying star without ever leaving our planet. This discovery completely changes how we think about our place in the universe. We often view our solar system as an isolated, peaceful bubble, completely cut off from the chaotic deep space beyond. But the Antarctica ice has shattered that illusion. It proves Earth is deeply, intimately connected to the wider galaxy. We are dynamic travelers in changing cosmic landscape. Astronomers estimate that our solar system will finish its voyage through the local interstellar cloud in the next 10 to 20,000 years. As we exit, we will sail into a new region of interstellar space, and the layers of Antarctica snow will record that transition too. It's a beautiful reminder that we are all quite literally made of stardust, and right now we are sailing through the very force that created us. And therefore, friends, if you found this discovery as mind blowing as I did, make sure to smash that like button. It really helps the channel out. Let me know in the comments below, how do you feel to know that you're breathing an ancient supernova dust right now? Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating space breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next voyage, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game, and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the lunar reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secret. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile, almost 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, their crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker Solar Probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the Sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio burst. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now, Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising in the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief for a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst. Miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. It's linked with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities, but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So, in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implication extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So, Parker's solar probe, actually braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So, looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as the Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will actually triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the earth. So in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has actually shining upon the earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries awaiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, the Parker brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, It is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before telescope pierced the sky, Lagarde's verses and the Siddhantic model dared to chart the dance of eclipse and celestial cycle. They transformed the cosmic mysteries into patterns of prediction, turning the heavens into grand clockwork that guided the rituals, harvest, and the human destiny. In their rhythm lies the echoes of our modern quest, from AI driven astronomy to climate cycles, proving that the ancient gaze at the star still illuminates the future. So let's find out more about Lagarde, the first timekeeper of the stars. Lagarde, often regarded as one of the earliest Indian astronomers, stands at the threshold of humanity's attempt to to systemize the heavens. His Vedanga Jyotish was not merely a manual for ritual timing. It was a profound attempt to align human life with celestial rhythm. In those verses, eclipse, solstices, and the lunar cycles were not mystical accidents, but predictable phenomena woven into the cosmic order that could be calculated, anticipated, and honored. The Vedanga Jyotish revealed how uh, early human used to track the lunar month and aligned ritual calendar with the celestial cycle. Lagarde's insight show a sophisticated awareness of astronomy for his time. He described the constellations, seasonal markers, and the method for calculating solstices and equinox. So, in this essence, he transformed the sky watching into a structured science, bridging ritual practices with cosmic order. This was the seed of what later bloomed into Siddhantic traditions, a lineage of astronomical trustees that defined the planetary models, mapped eclipse with increasing precision, and sought to reconcile the observation with theory. Thus, a Siddhantic model from Aryabhat to Varahamitra carried Lagarde's impulse forward. They treated eclipse as a natural event causing by the interplay of earth, sun, and moon, stripping away the superstition and replacing it with the geometry and cycles. These texts became the most kind of a standing trustees with the cosmos influencing even the Islamic astronomy and medieval Europe. And even the instruments of Jantar Mantar, which is in Delhi, centuries later. So they were not static sculptures, but evolving framework absorbing new observations and recalibrating the celestial clock. The Vedang Jyotish, a text that systemized the astronomical knowledge during the late Vedic period. And his work was not abstract theory alone. It was a deeply practical design to help priests determine the correct timing for ritual by observing the movements of sun, moon, and stars. When we talk about 26 and these theories, these all written text and the observation, they resonate even today, which is really very striking. As the James Webb Space Telescope peer into the exoplanetary system and AI model simulate the cosmic dynamics, Lagarde's the vision of cyclic order feels uncannily modern. So, his insistence that the ritual, agriculture, and the society must be synchronized with celestial cycle even mirror today's quest for sustainability, where the climate model, satellite data, and ecological rhythm demand human alignment with the planetary system. The Siddhantic tradition's emphasis on predictive accuracy and which echoes in the contemporary algorithm and the forecast eclipse, solar storms, and orbital mechanics with a breakthrough precision. So, beyond science, these ancient trustees they remind us of humanity and its versus its practices in an age where the technology attempts us to dominate. The nature Lagarde's cosmic whisper of coexistence, the eclipse. So that is also very, very important when these actually all trustees, all ideas and observation, which were actually established way before all these modern science evolved. So all the basis of or the modern science actually take, which is built on the nested theories which has been established by Lagarde way back in antiquity in India. So, when going forward, the eclipse, once feared, became a calculable wonder. Today, it is the spectacle that unites millions across the continent. The cycle he mapped reminds us that the progress is not linear but rhythmic. The civilization rise and fall is pattern as old as the stars. So, looking ahead, the impact of Lagarde's and Siddhantic model lies in their fusion of observation, ritual, and philosophy. They offer a template for integrating science with culture, prediction with meaning. As humanity prepares for the lunar bases, Martian calendar, and interstellar voyages, the question of how to live in harmony with celestial cycle will resurface again and again, even in the future. So, Lagarde's ancient verses may yet inspire a future where the cosmic order guide not only the ritual but the ethics of exploration. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's continue with this interesting discussion. So, we were talking about Lagarde's profile when we talk about interstellar exploration and the cosmic and the stars. So the theory, the story of eclipse and the cycle is not confined to dusty manuscripts. So it is live in 2026 in telescope, in climate model, in collective awe of sky watchers. So Lagarde's legacy is definitely a reminder that science begins with a wonder and that the rhythm of cosmos once charted in palm leaf manuscripts continues to shape the destiny of our species. His legacy lies in laying the foundation for later Indian astronomy. So, Lagarde's text reminds us the earliest surviving record of astronomy in India. It also demonstrates how the ancient culture sought harmony between human life and celestial rhythms. A theme that continues to inspire both historians and astronomers today. His contribution is significant because it represents one of the earliest systematic attempt to codify the astronomical knowledge in India. By arranging this knowledge into a structured text, Lagat helped establish the astronomy as a scholarly discipline and linking ritual practice with celestial observation. This synthesis of science and spirituality became a hallmark for ancient Indian thought. For from rituals fire the cosmic cycle, Lagat's vision still burns bright, reminding us that the wisdom of star is as eternal as sky itself. Though the centuries have passed since Lagat the first mapped the heaven, his vision endures. By turning ritual into rhythm and starlight into science, he gave India its earliest astronomy a legacy that still guide our understanding of cosmic order. So, in every calendar, in every calculation of time, echoes the wisdom of the sage who saw the universe not as a chaos but as a harmony. So now we have come to the end of this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward your comments on this topic. In case if you want to add more on Lagat's legacy, we will be happy to read and share. So see you in the next one. Take care. Bye.